Hi, everyone. Oh, we're going to ignore that my hair is wet, just so everybody knows. Um, you know what? I had to decide between blow drying my hair and feeding the cats. And guess who won? But how is everybody? I'm excited for TBR Spin, but also with knowing that the Booker Prize is going to be announced in 2 short days. This is the least I've probably been like, I'm going to get right into it. Hi, welcome. Hey, Sam. Oh, what's everybody reading? I've been trying to like read specific books before the Booker Prize because I want to just focus on the Booker Prize. Like when it comes out, I want that to be like my sole focus, with the exception of like I've got like a book club book that'll come in. Actually, 2 book club books, one for my Patreon book club and one for my like in-person book club that I want to participate in. And so I've been trying to be like, okay, what is my top priority? Like, what do I actually truly want to read before the Booker Prize gets announced? And I've done a really good job on the list. I've basically done nothing in the past 2 days except for read and technically work because Friday was a work day. But like after work and like all of yesterday, I was just reading. So now I think I think I'm down to the 2 books that I have left that I'd love to finish before Tuesday morning. But probably not. It probably won't happen. Let's be real. But those 2 are The House of Beth, which I am 43% of the way through. So this is my new release book for this month. What month is it? July. Which I have within 60 days of the publishing date to read it, but I'd like to finish this before Booker. And then my other one is The Left Hand of Darkness, which I started yesterday, and I am like halfway through at this point, a little under halfway through. So I didn't actually think that it was going to be possible to read this one before Booker, but I'm doing better than I thought. And then if I can finish those 2, then there's only 2 books from my July TBR that I'm not getting to, which feels okay to me. I also did have to just be like, all right, Dungeon Crawler Carl, you're gonna have to wait. Like I had to sort out my priorities and I did it, and I've had willpower and I've been reading other things. But probably what's gonna happen is once I finish the long list, I'm just gonna be like, all right, I'm just reading Dungeon Crawler Carl for the next however long it takes for me to catch up. Morning, Stephanie. Hello. First time joining TBR Spin this year. Oh, yay. Totally don't have space on the August TBR for it. You know what? Honestly, me neither. I also don't have space for this on my August TBR. I usually do have space for it, but not this time. Hi, Angie. Hi, welcome in. I'm reading The Veiled Throne. Ooh, that sounds like a fun read. I think I'll just read 3 Booker books per month. That's a good way to do it. Really, the only reason why I want to like read all of them beforehand is because I always, in my head, I'm like, it'll be so great if I like read the entire long list before the short list is announced. And I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think I've ever made it, but I've gotten decently close. The last time I participated in Booker, which was 2 years ago, I want to say. I know I didn't do last year. Did I do? I don't think I really did the year before though. I think I like kind of half did it. So then it was the year before that I did well. But it would be really helpful. It would be really nice if I could just finish the entire long list and then like cruise for the rest of the thing and then just like get back to other books, but still be a part of like the discourse. That's my ideal. We'll see what happens. I'm still ironing at the moment, but during the sprint, I want to continue 6 of Crows by Lee Bardugo. It is a reread. Nice. I just recently got 6 of Crows. It was, did I get it at the used bookstore? I think I did. I think that's where I got it. It was either that or a little library. No, it had to be the used bookstore. I don't think I lucked out that much. My little library's been amazing lately, but yeah, I got it pretty recently because I think that that's what I'm going to use as my duology. I'm going to try it out. It's a little out of my comfort zone, but the way everybody talks about it just seems like it's a super fun time. And so I want to be a part of that. So yeah, I think that's going to be my duology for the Her Kid series Stairway. Hi, Amelia. I'm joining this mid-year. Oh, yay. So I did a random pick for 5 books off my TBR. Love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, I'm so glad that people are joining. Oh, no, Amelia. I just DNF'd the remains of the day. I'm going to try to not hold this against you. No, it's fine. Everybody likes different books. It's cool. That does happen to be one of my favorite books of all time, but it's fine. I could understand. I do think it's a very particular kind of book. And I can't even fully describe why I loved that. But like Tom Lake was just kind of meh for me because they feel similar ways while reading. I think it was what The Remains of the Day touched on, though, that set it apart for me. Whereas Tom Lake is kind of like touching on more like current day stuff. Like it just grazes the surface of the pandemic. Whereas like The Remains of the Day is like the topic that it touches on, which I can't remember where in it happened. So I don't want to say, but I feel like it was kind of a surprise for me. So I don't want to say that was really impactful for me. Reading Infinity Alchemist, still trying to finish this other reading challenge before really starting Her Kid. Okay, well, good luck to you. I'm very impressed with those that are doing more than one challenge at a time. I mean, technically, like I'm doing this, which I call a reading challenge, but mostly because all the other words don't fit it. Like it's not a read along. We're not reading the same book. It's not a readathon. So it's a reading challenge. But it doesn't feel as maybe it's just like so ingrained in my reading month to month now that it doesn't feel like a challenge, but it really still is. And then besides that, I haven't done another challenge in a while. I guess the Booker books, I'm going to count that as a challenge, reading all 13 of those because like I don't even pick them. I'll focus on the spin books after, or already finished 2 this month and still have some catching up to do. Oh, awesome job though. That's great. Yeah, I didn't even, usually I bring before I start my spin books over here. I haven't brought them over here yet. So I'll have to grab those. But I'll be starting, because I always, for the first sprint of this, I always start my spin book. But then after that, I might switch to House of Beth. Maybe. Because I do think this is one of those where like when I'm reading it, I am in it and I want to be reading it. And so I think it would like fly by pretty quickly with the sprints. But I haven't really been giving myself the time to read it. I've only been reading it in bed. But I think that's just because I only have the ebook version of it, which when I read in bed, I only read on my Kobo. So I think that's why that's happened. That's why that's worked out that way. So I've been reading through it like really slowly. But I do think that I could get through it a lot faster if I just gave myself time for it. Oh, Rebecca, I'm reading Buffalo Hunter Hunter. Awesome. I loved that book. I hope you enjoyed it enjoy it as much as I did. Reading Nausea. That's a great name for a book. And it's boring, but it's hitting. The ending made the book go from a 2.5 to a 4. Wow, that is one hell of an ending. Oh, am I interested enough? I also joined your Her Kid challenge on Storycraft. Yes, Amelia. It's going to be like you and me doing that one. For those who don't know, because I think I've only talked about it with patrons through like my Instagram thing. Although I've talked about doing it before here, just I hadn't done it yet. I've put my prompts, or like the prompts that I'm using from version 1 of Her Kid and version 2 of Her Kid, into a Storygraph challenge, and like it's very much modeled for my kid stuff because I'm doing like a weird combo. But I did make it public so that if other people want to see how my progress is going, they can. I don't always make the decision for what a book is going to work for in the moment, especially if I'm not picking it up for a specific challenge, but I'm just like, I already know I'm going to read it anyway. So it's not going to always be like completely up to date until I'm making the video for that month. But it is more up to date than whatever the last video is that came out because, like I put all the, Narnia books in there, already. So now it's like counting that portion of the challenge as complete. Also, I did it. I finished all the Narnia books, not in one day. I did not finish those in one day. A week ago today, I live streamed and I was trying to get through all 7 of the Narnia books. Actually, I have them right next to me. Can you tell that like all my books just like kind of go to this area for some reason and then just stay there? I feel like whenever I'm on stream, I'm just like, oh, actually, I have that book right here. But yeah, I finished there we go. All 7 of the books. They're a little in weird order right now, but actually this is the order that I read them in though. Because I started with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I read the prequel before the last book. So these 5 books up before the prequel, I read in one day. And then these 2 I read afterwards. So that wasn't going to happen. But also I was kind of okay with it because I realized that with the rules of Herkyed, since you can double up, also, Amelia, you've reached 30% without doubling up. Oh my gosh, that is really impressive. That only just registered to me. But with the rules of the challenge, if you're reading books for the 24-hour reading challenge, that's one of the prompts that each book that you read that day is going towards already. And then I already knew that the other prompt that these books were going towards is the series Stairway, the 4+ series. So it has to be a quartet or longer. And so that was going to be the other one. So any book that I read that day, like those 2 prompts and it's done. Like it can't count for anything else. So I'm actually kind of happy that the last 2 that I read were on different days so I can count them at least towards one other prompt. But I did have to, I was pretty sure that's how it worked in my head, but then I did reach out to Stephanie, the creator of the of Herkyed, and was like, am I thinking about this right? Because I was in my head, I was hoping that she would be like, no, you can count that for more things. But no, I did have my understanding was correct, unfortunately. Listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl 2, reading Chazelet Chronicles, book 1, and still Iron Flame. Haven't had a chance to read July's book yet, but we'll catch up. Awesome. I don't know what that second thing is, but I do want to know. Anytime a series has the word Chronicles in it, for some reason, that's a thing that attracts me to it. Which I don't know why, because Narnia had Chronicles in it. No, it was good. It was okay. It was fine. Okay. Oh, I've seen these books. I've seen these covers. Okay. I do kind of want to read this one. Okay, you're just in book 1 at this point. How are you feeling? Yes, very excited for the Booker long list. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited now that it's like this close. Also, should I live stream as we find out the list? Because I'm thinking about it. It's weird at this point to live stream and not be sprinting. But I obviously can't sprint that morning because that'll be before work for me. It'll be 7 a.m. my time. I feel like with the Booker books this year, there's at least 3 that I've already read. That's a great spot to be in. I'm pretty positive I haven't read any. But that makes sense because I haven't really been reading any literary fiction for a bit. So yeah, I think I'll be starting from ground zero. I'm reading the posthumous memoirs. Ooh, I'm not really loving it, but not hating it. Okay. And it works for a couple harder prompts. Okay, nice. I mean, that's good then. It is weird. I less want to DNF books now because of her kid, because DNFs don't count. Although with a certain number of points, you can make a DNF count. So it still feels weird to have it count, especially if you don't make it to the part that like fits the prompt that you were thinking it was going to work for or something. But good on you for sticking with it, especially if it's hitting those harder prompts. Oh, hi, Ellen. First time joining a live. Welcome. Reading The Woman in Suite 10 or Suite 11. Mixing up the two titles. I really, really want to read that one. I'm kind of kicking myself that I made House of Beth my new release for July instead of The Woman in Suite 11. And it did come up from the library for me, and I did check it out. Why? I don't know. I shouldn't have. I should have put it on hold, or prolonged, like waited because of the Booker books. I'm not gonna have a chance to read that, but I want to. I don't know. We'll see. But how are you liking it? I must know. Because The Woman in Cabin 10 is one of my favorite Ruth Wares. I've read the entire long list once, but I don't think I did it prior to the shortlist either. Yeah. I think I've only one time read actually all of two times. I've read the whole long list. And that's out of both Booker and International Booker. I can't remember which. Have you received the Booker ebooks yet? Oh, no. I unfortunately I'm not that lucky. They are meant to send them to me day of, but already have been like, if we forget, just email us and like say again. Which is I think how it worked in the past for me. And usually it did end up taking like a couple days, and I would get like some of like half of them, and then I'd get like another half of them, and I'd really have to like stay on them about it, which I always feel weird about. Like, I don't like doing that, but I will do it for the Booker books. But yeah, unfortunately I don't get those until at the very least the day of. Six of Crows is a banger. I have to. I'm at the very least, I know I'm gonna try it. And I'm hoping that I just love it. Started Sorcerer of Thorns, needed some YA fantasy for my slump. Hopefully it'll help. That is a great thing to help, though. That's actually kind of what I'm seeing Six of Crows as possibly being. If like I'm getting slumpy, I feel like that's going to be a good one for that. And that's YA too, right? I know it's fantasy. I think it's YA. I don't actually know. Although I was immensely enjoying the whole International Booker long list, I don't think I have another long list in me this year. That's fair. I think that's why I stopped for so long, was because I was trying to do both of those. And then I started trying to do the Carol Shields Prize. I was trying to do the shortlisted books for the Women's Prize. I like started doing too many prize things, I think. And then I wasn't reading my own stuff, which is why I ended up like just not doing any prize at all for over a year. So now I would love to, I think I'd want to just focus on like Booker and International Booker. Depending on how this goes. I don't want to say that for sure. We'll see how this goes and how I feel. I chose the 5 oldest on my want to read. That is a great decision because I'm biased. That's what I did. Almost all of mine are the oldest books on my TBR. The only one that wasn't was Horror Store by Grady Hendrix, which I already ended up reading. But yeah, the other, I should grab them. Let me grab them. Okay, I've got them. So these are my TBR spin books that I have left. We are once again trying to manifest a swap. I've decided that I'm not putting new prompts. So every time we spin and we get a prompt that's not a swap, it gets removed, obviously, so we don't get the prompt again later. And usually I replace it with another prompt. But we have not gotten a swap once this year, and we're doing August spin. So for the last 2 months, I have not re-added a prompt on there so that the swap becomes more likely. So typically there are 10 prompts that are just like read whatever book prompts, and there are 2 swap prompts. Right now, I think that the number is 8 to 2. So there's a 20% chance that we're going to be swapping a book today. Not that I don't want to read all of these books, because they are all on my 25 books to read in 2025 list anyway. So no matter what, I need to read them this year. But I want to spice it up. It's so like last year, I feel like the swaps were relentless. In fact, I believe we got a swap on the first spin, but we ignored it because we were all in a live together then too, which was the only live that we did for last year's sprints, and um, and we all were able to vote together to be like, okay, we don't want the first spin to be a swap though. And then this year, I remembered that, and I made sure that wasn't an option on the first one. But now I feel like the wheel's mad at me, thinks I never want to swap. I'm currently reading Beloved, but I think I'm gonna give myself a break and read Rainbow Fish. Oh, I, is that the one where he's got like the scales that are or is it just one scale? I am picturing a book very vividly in my brain, but I don't know if that's it. I'm doing a watercolor for a relaxation class on Skillshare. Oh, just finished a lesson. I've made 3 bookmarks so far. That's awesome. That's how I learned how to do watercolor, was on Skillshare. So this one up here, which you can't super tell from here, but it's like the Northern Lights. That one I made because of a class on Skillshare. And then there's a couple others. I'll have to like bring them out one stream that I would not be able to find them this time. But I was obsessed with her classes. I bet she has so much more too. I should like rejoin Skillshare just for that. Hi, Anna. Welcome. First sprint. Glad you're here. Got a little carried away at the library and currently have 5 titles in the middle of 2. Plan to start my spin book when I return these. Fair. Yeah, I also got carried away at the library, but just like ebooks. Not even real physical books, which I feel like I always do. I always have like way too many books checked out from the library, and I never read all of them before I need to return them. Or I have like a million holds and I'm constantly just being like, not now, not now, don't bother me. Reading Dungeon Crawler Carl for my July spin. That's awesome. Love Dungeon Crawler Carl. To say I usually don't go back to books I DNF'd. I think I could return to the Reins of the Day at some point. I did it on audio, and it was read by the actor Dominic West, who I don't like. Ooh, okay. So there's a chance. So there's a chance you might like it. Okay, maybe when you're feeling in the mood for just sitting and reading, I would say on like a summer day when you don't have like anything going on. That's my recommendation for when the environment is right. It doesn't have to be this summer. You can just wait until it speaks to you. I want to give this book the best chance. Do you have a dog? I do not. I have 3 cats. I somehow have 3 cats. Still, every once in a while, Curtis and I will like look down and be like, when the hell do we get 3 cats? What is this? But yeah, this is Scout. And she is my first cat. So for a long time, I only had Scout. And then 2 years ago, we got Zuko and Klaus, mostly because we found Zuko outside. Okay, I have an eyelash in my eye, and I'm trying to decide if I can blink it out or if I need to actually take care of this. Okay, I'm going to actually take care of it. I'll be right back. I forgot I muted. But I got it out. We're good. My cat saw yours on TV and now he's on my lap. Oh, he always does this when cats are in videos. That's adorable. Today, I also listened to an audiobook, The Crimson Moth by Kristen. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Is it Italian? Because then the two C's make a CH sound, right? Or is that the opposite? One C makes a CH sound. I don't remember. It looks Italian, though. My first Romantasy book. Did you also read some Romantasy? I do read some Romantasy. Not super often, but I think the most successful Romantasy for me is the Fourth Wing series, which is probably pretty basic. I feel like that one has gotten like so insanely popular. I have read Akatar. I am forever deciding whether or not I want to DNF the whole series, though. So I was really waiting to see if like the hype for the next book was going to make me want to continue in the series. And so far it hasn't, because I feel like the hype is here now and I'm still like, meh. So I feel like I'm leaning towards a DNF for that one. Although I did really like the second book in that series. And I think that's it I think that's all the Romantasy I've read, are those two. Is that true? Why does it feel like I should have read more? I don't know, but I only just recently got back into fantasy, so doing Romantasy from that, like that's another step, because those are the two genres that I typically didn't read, was fantasy and romance. Also historical fiction, but that would just automatically come up because of the prize books I'd read and everything. I feel like I was more in the circles for historical fiction to read. So combining the two genres that I don't read as much or didn't read as much meant that I feel like that process took a little longer. But at this point, I do like romance books and I do like fantasy books again. So there's, I think eventually I'll try out some other Romantasy series, but for now, that's all I got. Hi, Julia. Excited for today's sprints. I'm starting Vampires of El Norte. Nice. I've heard good things about that one, although I haven't read it myself. I already know that I will not be able to succeed with Her Kid, though, because of the prompts about new releases and for series. I've read over 100 books so far this year. Wow, that's why it's at 30%. That is super impressive, though. I think I just hit 60, which was my goal for the year. But that's only because last year I only read, I think, 58 books the whole year, which a huge part of that was moving. But I try not to just be like, oh, but this year will be different, you know? So I wanted to try to like keep it realistic. And usually I go up by like only a couple books from whatever I read the previous year, but I have reset it at 80 books. But I feel like even that, it feels kind of low to be doing when we still have so much of the year left. That's why I'm keeping the 24-hour challenge for later when I run it out of possible double ups. Oh, that's smart. That's really smart. I probably would have kept it for later, mostly because I was putting it off and didn't want to do it, except then I spun it on that stupid cursed wheel that I made. That I'm definitely going to do again for another month, because that was too fun. And now the 24-hour reading challenge is off of it. So like, what's the worst that could happen? I'm sure we'll do doubles at some point, but I also have to rewatch your video to understand when they are allowed. Oh yeah, so the first one doesn't do a good job of explaining because it's explaining the rules for version 1. The rules for version 2 is just that any book can double up for 2 different prompts and like full stop. That's it. So it's a lot easier to understand for that one. And those are the rules I'm going with, because it was very complicated to talk about it in the way that how the first one worked. But it's a lot easier to be like, these are the 2 prompts this book is going to count for. Yes, to the live stream. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Yeah, I think that it'll be fun. I feel like as soon as we find out the books, though, it's just going to be a lot of me furiously on my phone, like trying to check things out from the library. And that, because even getting the books from Booker, they are not the easiest thing to read because they're not in like EPUB format. They're in PDF format. I feel like the new releases will be hard for me because I already have trouble finding a new release for July I'm interested in. So far I've had a pretty okay time, but I think it's because at the beginning of this year I did a new release video where I looked into what was coming out in like the first half of the year. And now I'm running out of those. So after August, I don't actually know. And I don't remember what my August book is. I just remember that I have something that I'm interested in for it. But yeah, I do. Maybe I'll make another one of those videos because that really helped me, honestly. But maybe August is that when the next Charlotte Vassal book comes out? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I feel like I go so hard for that series that I never hear anybody talk about. But this is the series that I'm referring to. What is the name of the first one? The Other Half. And then I know the third book's going to be The Deadly Inheritance, but it's by Charlotte Vassal. It's like a detective mystery series, which I don't usually like, but I am obsessed with this one. Like there is something about it that like hits all the right spots for me. And I can't wait for the third book to come out, but literally I never hear anybody else talk about it. I mean, I follow Charlotte Vassal on Instagram, so I can see tangentially like people comment on her things, but as far as people I follow, I never hear anybody talk about it. It's really great if you like multi-generational historical sagas, which I do. Hoping to use it for my Her Kid series, 5 books long. Oh, okay, nice. I do. Historical sagas are or multi-generational historical sagas are the books that intimidate me the most out of any other book. But historically, whenever I do read it, I love it. I just have a really hard time picking it up to start with. But man, some of them are like favorites of all time. I also can't cover some of the new release prompts anymore because I'm outside the 60-day period for some. Oh, okay. Yeah, especially if you're doing it like for this set year, right? And even because I started it in April, and so we're out of the 60-day window for that. That's a good point. I know, 2 days until Booker. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm waiting to see what the list is before deciding if I want to try the whole long list. Yeah, let's all cross our fingers that there's no like third book in a series I've never heard of nonsense, because I can't. That's usually what gets me. I'm trying to finish my TBR this year, and I'm not sure if reading 13 extra books will help. You know what? Fair. Very fair. I finished The Woman in Cabin 10 yesterday to prepare for the movie and went straight to the sequel. Wait, they're making a movie? How did I not know this? I have been thinking about rereading that one. Like vaguely been thinking about I think I remember it enough though to make the next book. Like I don't remember the plot from it, but I remember our main character, which I feel like is usually the main thing that you need to do for a series that's like a mystery series. I did not know that they were turning this into a movie though. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, and Keira Knightley's in it. I'm excited. I'm okay. I can't wait for that. It feels very similar, but her writing style has changed positively and Lo is more likable. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I at one point I had read every Ruth Ware book, but there have been some that were published that I haven't read The It Girl, and I feel like there's one other that I haven't read that's more recent. But I feel like some of her older ones I like better plot wise, but some of her newer ones I like better writing wise, which is tough. Like what was that called? 0 Days? Is that the name of that one? The one with like where they like sneak into places to test their security system. Whatever that book was. That one, plot wise, I didn't like as much, but writing wise, I felt like it was really good and very, very readable, even though like the plot I was kind of like meh about. I'm starting with Herked 2.0, so I'm not behind yet. But if my library doesn't get my book on time, I'm ignoring the 60-day rule. That's fair. I feel like that's good. My July book is currently on order. Yeah, I think that is more than fair because I think that was like the whole intent of creating the 60-day rule to begin with is like sometimes you're not going to have access within the month because that's what it originally was. You have to read it in the month that it gets released. But then obviously you could only pick books that were released earlier in the month or Zuko is having a grand old time. He's just like running up to the top of the bookshelf and then diving off of it and then doing it again. Oh, and Klaus is up there too. He's on the top shelf of that tree. But I think that was like the intent in making it 60 days. And so I feel like if it's out of your control, like you just don't get it in time to be able to read it within 60 days, then I think that that's fine. And Amelia agrees. A great book released in July was Vera or Faith by Gary. Ooh, you know what? I'm not going to try that one. I also have Necessary Fiction. Oh, you've got a lot. Yeah, I mean, I felt like I had to do House of Beth because that was my arc that I had for the month. But I really wanted to do The Woman in Suite 11, and I probably would have if I had realized that was the month that it would come out. Okay, that is indeed Rainbow Fish with the shiny scales. Got it. I'm learning crochet, but have to stop for the day because my arm is getting very tired. Yeah. I do think that gets better, oddly. It's weird to say that there's like a muscle that you need to work out or like get like warm up to it or something, but I don't get the pains as much as I used to when I started learning to crochet, unless I'm crocheting with a really small needle or small hook, like a skinny one. Then sometimes I still do. But I weirdly also have my crochet needles on my desk or hooks. I always call them needles because it's knitting needles, but they're not needles, they're hooks. But I did just recently start I only have them for 2 sizes so far of hooks, but they've got these things which help a lot because that was a large part of it was like my actual like hand and fingers that would get cramped up. Also my arm would too, but that was a part of it. And so these have been really nice, especially because even for a thinner needle, like, or a thinner hook, you'll still have like the full grip. But I only have them for 2 sizes that I commonly use right now. And now it's basically been like, if I'm starting a new project and I go to the store and they happen to have the size I need, which they didn't last time for my next project, that I am just about to start. Actually, once my yarn comes in, I didn't like the yarn that I picked from the store and they barely had any options for the size and weight that I needed. But I have yarn coming from Denmark and I'm excited about it. Mostly because when I went to Denmark, I went to one yarn store and it was amazing and I loved it. So therefore in my brain, Denmark, great yarn. Necessary Fiction is the book I'm reading for July. Oh, nice. Just waiting for the library. I read The City in Glass last month. Awesome. That's another one I feel like I hear good things about, but I haven't read. I'm reading The Tainted Cup from the library before Booker Longlist announcement. That's smart. That's a very good idea. I should be prepping, but I'm always like, oh, I should be trying to read what I think would be on the Booker list. But I'm always so wrong that like the years that I've done that, I was maybe right about like one book. So it doesn't seem super worth it. Also, because of you, I'm attempting the hardest reading challenge thing in CO Success Lamb. Love this. Love this for you. I'm so glad that you're going to be participating. I feel like such a bad influence on so many people that are like, I guess I'll try. No, it's good influence because we're reading more, theoretically. I will keep the remains of the day for my next vacation in the UK when it's a rainy day. Oh, perfect. Yes, perfect. Today I'm trying to read my daughter's book, Detained: A Boy's Journal of Survival and Resilience. Yeah, she said she needed to talk about it. Oh my gosh, it's a great idea. And I've heard really good things about that. So I feel like it's a great idea. I missed the DNF talk, but there are books that I have read that were a DNF, but then I put it down and didn't force myself to read it. Those ended up being 4-star reads, except for Orbital. Ooh, is this, I'm assuming for Booker specifically. That's smart. And it's also smart to be, I'm liking the idea more of soft DNFs, I feel like recently. It was always a thing where I was like, either DNF it or don't. But I think that it does make sense because sometimes you were just not in the right headspace. I just hit 52, which is the goal. Nice. But I just always leave it at 52 to not put pressure. I thought about that. If we were closer to the end of the year, I probably would have kept it at 60. But which I think is why I didn't make it like too much higher than what it was. But we'll see. I also don't really ever look at it. Like Storygraph does technically tell me like you're this many books ahead or behind or whatever. And which you can turn on and off. Another reason why I love Storygraph, that they give you that option. But I also like never pay attention to it. I'm surprised I even noticed that I hit the goal. I'm at 106 this year. I thought I was going to slow down, but I haven't yet. Awesome. That's great. Hi, Tony. Yes. Happy reading. I know we do need to spin and like read. I'm binging a whole series because I decided to read book 10 of the Rivers of London series for my July release. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. Okay. I mean, good luck. Hopefully these sprints today help you. Wow, that's impressive though. The new releases is my favorite so far, but mainly because I never read new releases and don't look ahead. This makes it fun. Yes, same. I'm usually so bad about reading the new releases when I do make a new release video, which is why I haven't for a while, and I was kind of even on the fence this year. But then I'm so glad that I did, and then ended up doing this challenge as well, because I feel like that keeps the excitement there. You need to read a new release book for every month of the challenge, or a new book released in every month of the challenge. That makes sense. That does make sense. You need to read a new book released in every month of the challenge, but you have 60 days within the published date of that book to read it. So you need like a book that's published in July, but you don't necessarily have to read it in July. You can read it within 60 days, either before or after the release date. Obviously, before only works if you get like an arc of it. But that's really great for me because for Gifted and Talented, that came out on April 1st, but I had an arc of it. So I could have, and I wanted to read it before the release date, but I was like, I can't start it till we're in April. But that's how the original rules worked. And now it's the 60-day rule, which is better. That's why her kid on Storygraph is really helpful. It's so easy to play around with the books. Yeah, true. Very true. Hi, Mel. Oh, welcome in. I really need to finish my book or two today. I would love to finish 2 books today, but let's be real. No brick for Booker, please. Yes, that's also something that we're hoping for. Talking about Storygraph, have you all seen the new favorites shelf? Oh, no. I also love that they shuffle the books every time you open the app because I added more than 5. Ooh, I haven't seen that, but I do love the idea of that. Oh, I'm going to have to play around with that one. Let's hope all the books on the Booker are currently released, though. The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny is not until September 23rd. Yeah, that's another reason why I'm really happy to have the PDFs or to be getting the PDFs for the books. Because yeah, sometimes they're not out yet, or sometimes they're out in the UK and they're not yet out in the US. That happens a lot too. But yeah, that's another thing we need to hope for. Morning, just finished my July book last night. Yay. Oh, perfect timing. Just in time. The Booker list will probably have some upcoming releases for the new release prompt. Yeah, true. Maybe it's good that I don't know what new releases I want to read coming up. I guess for July, I could read 7 recipes for revolution. Ooh. I've very vaguely heard about that one. Which I feel like whenever I don't hear about a book in a video, I like a TBR video that I like watch other people make, or just like any booktube video in general, then I feel like, yeah, I've heard of it. But in that I've like read a little like 2 sentences about it on like Instagram or something. Almost forgot we were spinning today. Honestly, me too. Currently reading The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny. Oh, got the e-arc this week. Ooh. So you might be in a good spot. I think the third ACOTAR is the best of them all. Throne of Glass was overall better, I think. I think that's what I hear the most is I mostly hear that people like Throne of Glass the best. And there have been a few people that share my reading tastes in other genres that have said the same thing. So I think that I will try that one out. I don't know if I'll ever try the other series that she has. I unfortunately really didn't like the third ACOTAR. So I've read the first 3 and then also the novella. The first book and the novella were my least favorites. The third book I didn't like. The second book was the only one that I really liked. So, but I don't like Feyre, so that's the forever decision that I'm making is it just Feyre's fault? And knowing that after the first books, we follow somebody else's perspective. I don't know. Do I need to get unexcited? Okay. Keep up the hype. Love it. Rivers of London are like 416 pages each, so it's a fairly quick read. Maybe for some people. I'm in book 3 and I hope I can get started on 4 later today. I mean, if that's a quick read for you, that would not be a quick read for me though. I guess if they're like super fast paced, that would help. Okay. We did it. We got caught up on the chat and I need to get my wheel ready. Okay, so for those of you who are just here for the sprints, hi, thank you for being here. We will be sprinting, but we are also going to be spinning our TBR spin wheel. This is a reading challenge where you at the beginning of the year or whenever you decide to start, you pick, so if you start at the beginning of the year, you pick 12 books, so 1 book for each month, and it's just a stack that comes from your existing TBR. And then every month we spin a wheel that leads us to a prompt. And then using that prompt, we pick one of the books off of our stack. Ideally, some caveats to this are there are swap prompts on there where you might have to swap a book off of your stack with your larger TBR. And then also if you can't fit whatever the prompt is with your current stack, then you can go to your larger TBR, pick something that does fit, and then just be sure to remove 1 book from your stack. You can do whatever book you want. I usually use a random number generator when that happens because I can't make decisions. But that's generally how it works. And as we're getting closer to the end of the year and the stacks start getting smaller, it starts becoming more likely that a prompt is not going to fit any of the books that are on your stack. Like that, the chances go higher. I try to write these prompts to be the most, or pick prompts for, because a lot of people suggested prompts this year, which was really helpful. I try to only put prompts on there that are like pretty open to where like it would probably fit something, but it's not always possible. Especially because now we only have 5 books left out of the year. As a reminder, this is the stack that I have. I feel like last time I really wanted a nonfiction. Do I still want a nonfiction? I wouldn't mind one. But also I think I more want the shortest, which is The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I think I'd prefer that one because I want a short book for getting into Booker. I would be, I think, a little upset if I got this one this month. Or American Psycho, just based off of how long it took me to read The Shards by Bret Easton Ellis. That took me so long and also put me in a reading slump. Not to say that the book was bad, it's just the feelings it evoked in me were rough. Okay, let me share the wheel. And then if you want to join now, we do have a few people that are joining TBR Spin like at this point in the year. Then let's see, what do I want to do? There we go. you can totally do that. But you just pick the number of books that we have that match the number of months we have left in the year. So at this point, if you wanted to start with August, you would have to pick 5 books. That being said, we're going to spin, so you have no time. Or I mean, you could pause. You could literally just pause me if you really wanted to. Anyways, let's go ahead and spin. I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, perks of being a wallflower. Or swap. Actually, no, we want to swap. I want to swap. We're not getting a swap. Okay. Book with an animal or person on the cover. Oh, I already think I know which one I'm reading. Oh, wait. I can read The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I was going to say, wow, I actually have a few that would work for this. I was going to say, because I knew that The Immortal Life of Henrietta, let me make me big again. Okay, and I'm also going to, oops. What is it? A book with an animal or cover or person on the cover. And I'm going to put that on a banner real quick, just while we're chatting. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, because I knew for sure The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks has Henrietta Lacks on the cover, but the new Jim Crow has hands on the cover, and The Perks of Being a Wallflower has legs on the cover. So I think that's what I'm going to go for. Why do I see now that I have the option of reading any of the 3 of these? Now I almost want to read something else. Because I have been super wanting to read The Immortal Life of Henrietta. No, I'm gonna be smart about this because it's Booker. It's Booker, and I'm gonna read The Perks of Being a Wallflower. Again, if you don't have any that match this, you can swap for something else. We tried. We once again tried, but you know what this means? Next month, it's even more likely that we're going to get a swap prompt because I am not replacing these prompts until we get a swap prompt. So with this one, now we're removing one book from it, and it should be slightly more likely. What a fun prompt. I actually have 2 books on my stack that would work. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm glad that this one still is working for people. Ooh, all of mine have an animal or person. How do I choose? You could do a random number generator. You could do what you're feeling. I don't know. You could ask. Maybe if there's like a couple that you're between, you could ask the group. you could present it to the group. This fits all 5, so guessing I'm going for the shortest. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. It fit 3 of mine, and I'm going with the shortest of those. I have 3 options, and I'm struggling as well. Yeah, I don't know why. Literally, I'm asking for one specific book. I can read that book. And still I'm like, but I do really want to read The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. But I have wanted to read this one for a while. Also, it really annoys me that on my bookshelf, these are all generally similar sizes, except that the Perks of Being a Wallflower is much longer than the others. That annoys me, which is dumb, but it does. And it's also my only hardcover that I have left. And something about that feels nice to finish off. I don't know. The Rights of the Reader by Daniel Pennack. I don't think that I've heard of that. I like the title, though. The Rights of the Reader. Oh, this... Okay, wait. Why does the art remind me of something? Somebody tell... Oh, it reminds me of Roald Dahl books. Is that the same illustrator? Glyph by Ali Smith. Awesome. The book I'm reading has a person. Perfect. I've got To Define True Madness by Henry Yellowlees. That is a last name I've never seen before, but I kind of like. Yes, I think I'm going to read A Darker Shade of Magic by V.E. Schwab. Oh, I'm very excited for you. Oh, she was only Evie. Sorry, I just saw your thing. Oh, and I can't show both of these at the same time. This was the prompt that we got. A book with an animal or person on the cover. I'm so excited for you that that you're going to be starting A Darker Shade of Magic. My one of my best friends just read the first book and she loved it. And I'm so happy. And she's going to be starting the second book now. Oh, I love that series. Also, Curtis is starting. He just started Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Ha, which I felt like you all should know. He finally finished The Wheel of Time yesterday, I think. No, 2 days ago. He finished the Wheel of Time series and he's been reading that forever. And I've just been like having a backup of books that I want to recommend to him specifically that I know he'll like. And that's one of them. Although now I know he's going to be in the realm of the Elderling for a really long time. But that was the book that was ready. So part of me wanted to do the V.E. Schwab first, just because then I could get him into more series quicker, but it's fine. I have 3 books on my stack, but also settling on the shortest, A Psalm for the Wild Built. Yeah, I feel like it makes sense for us for this point of the year, especially for those doing Booker or thinking of doing Booker. I have 1 that fits. Okay, easy decision for you then. Perfect. I'm going for The Lying Life of Adults by Elena Ferrante. Ooh, which fits my WIT, Women in Translation. Is that what that means? It's got to. That's got to be what that means. I figured it out. Your story graph has August and September the wrong way around. Oops. That's good to know. Okay, I'll fix that. Thank you. Actually, that I usually, for those that are new, there is a story graph challenge that goes along with this. And during the first sprint, I always update the month's prompt. So I'll fix that during this first sprint and then also add in the actual wording for the prompt. Thanks for letting me know, Sonia. V.E. Schwab is going to be at the National Book Festival in September. Oh, that's very exciting. I would love to meet V.E. Schwab. But I do kind of want to read more of the books before then. But that's awesome that you'll be able to go. This works with my current read, Love Theoretically by Ali Hazelwood. Is that the one I just found? No. I just found 2 Ali Hazelwood books in my little library not too long ago, but I thought one of them was that. But it's The Love Hypothesis and Love on the Brain are the 2 that I found. Buddha in the Attic by Julie Otsuka or Grapefruit by Yoko Ono. Ooh, okay. Okay, team. We need opinions. Wait, I know how to do polls now. It's just because I can't do it in StreamYard's thing, but I can do it in YouTube Studio. Okay. Yes, start a poll. Perfect. Well, I'm going to mute myself while I type because my mic is annoying. Okay, we've got a poll. I want opinions. 8 Men by Richard Wright. I haven't read any Richard Wright, but I really should. I love the Shades of Magic series as well. I feel validated since I never heard people liking it. The first book is the strongest of the three. Ooh, interesting. I think that I liked the last book the most, actually. Although I really love all of them. I can't remember what my ratings across them were. I know for sure that the second and third books, or I'm pretty sure anyways, were 5 stars. I can't remember if I rated the first book a 5-star. But that's usually I'm the one to always say that the first book is the best because I love the starts of series. But that one I think I liked the third book the best for that one. I would like to finish the Nutmeg's Case today, which is nonfiction. I'm really liking it. Awesome. I have a middle grade on my list. I am off work with stress. I'm off work with stress at the moment. So feels this is a sensible decision. No dark themes. Oh, like you're taking time off from work because you're stressed? Then yeah, I would agree. That does seem like a good decision. I'm really excited about seeing Honoree. Oh yeah. I was like, wait, what? What did you write? Yes, the love songs of W.B. Du Bois. Yeah, that seems like it'd be really cool to meet her. Buddha in the Attic. Oh yeah, how's our poll doing? It looks like, ooh, that's pretty close. That's pretty close, everybody. I'm not going to end it yet. Oh, okay, yeah, we're getting opinions in. Also, you have number 7 twice and no 10 in the challenge. Yeah, that sounds like me. I realized a mistake that I made in the Her Kid challenge at like about prompt 50, and there was like 100 and like almost 200 prompts in there that I had to enter. I was so annoyed with myself because that meant I had to delete one. I just like put something in there twice, and then I had to renumber everything. But I did. Yes, he is. What book do I want him to sign? Oh, I missed this. Stephen Graham Jones is going to be at the National Book Festival as well, and I want to go so badly. Oh my gosh. If you get a chance to meet him, I highly recommend it. He's so cool. He's the coolest person I've ever met. Yeah, I will definitely. I am so glad I live here now because that means every book he releases. What blows my mind is that because he's a professor at the University of Colorado in Boulder. I don't know if it's just called the University of Colorado and it's in Boulder, or if it's called the University of Colorado in Boulder. But he's a professor there, and so it blows my mind that people are like learning to write from him. Like, and he also like writes a new book every year. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if this is in response to Stephen Graham Jones, but I would recommend if you have The Only Good Indians, I would recommend you have him sign that because he draws a little picture of an elk on it, and it's really cute. But that's the only one I've gotten signed by him, so I only have that opinion. This will be my first by right. It's short stories. Ooh, okay, cool. I'm excited to hear what you think. I finished my chores. Yay! Now the reading can begin. Perfect timing. Oh, hello, Zuko. Oh boy. Grapefruit is a how to make art rather than a book you read through. Oh, interesting. Okay. Speaking of, let's go ahead and end the poll. Okay, Tony, it seems as though Buddha in the Attic won by a pretty large margin in the end. So the people have spoken, choose what you will, but now you have all those opinions. Hi. If you're here for TBR Spin 2, I can't remember if you participate, but this was our prompt. And speaking of, we should get reading. So I need to, do I have my timer up? I don't believe that I do. Oh, I do. I did already have it up. Okay. So let me get the screen set up. We're done with the wheel. I feel like every time I use StreamYard, it's like the first time I've ever used it. Okay. No, we want that one. There we go. We're good. We're good. It's working. I'd probably get Mongrels signed if I go, since that was the first Stephen Graham Jones work I read by him. That and Leadfeather, if they allow a second. Ooh, okay. Fair. Yeah, I think that when I went, but it was not that big, like there weren't that many people there, because it was just for the Buffalo Hunter. But there were a few people that were getting like 3-4 books signed at that. But again, like that was at so it was at like a little theater that's at the Boulder Library. Which is so cute that they have a theater in their library. How great is that? And it's really for those book signings. Oh, actually, I'm wearing the shirt that I got that day. It's from the Boulder Bookstore. So the Boulder Bookstore works with the Boulder Library when they get people that come in. They were also, it was through them that I, oh wait, did I get this that day? No, I got this when I went and saw John Green, which was like the month before. But yeah, they do a lot of, actually I need to look at, I might also do that during this first sprint. So during this first sprint, I'm going to grab myself some tea and a snack. I am going to update the Storygraph challenge, and then I'm going to look at what Boulder's doing for their upcoming author things, because I always forget that I need to pay attention to that. And then I'm also going to start reading The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I've got a packed first sprint. Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. We have, oh my gosh, we've chatted for so long today. That makes sense though. It was a TBR spin day. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Happy reading, everybody. Alrighty. Oh, how did everybody's first sprint go? I got things sorted out in the Storygraph challenge. I don't know how I messed up that much with the numbering and everything, but even with Sonia, you and Amelia telling me like specifically what I did wrong, I was still like, what is going on here? Oh, finally caught one of these. How long does it last? It kind of varies based off of how I'm feeling or how the day's going. But today I'll probably do 3 sprints, with that one being the first one, so probably 2 more sprints after this one. Ooh, I have one with both person and animal on the cover. The Curiosities by Anne Fleming. That's a great one. Mine just has legs on the cover. I could have used one for a full person, but I really wanted a short book. Speaking of, I kind of forgot to talk about the fact that I just started my book. So Perks of Being a Wallflower, it is written in letters, which historically I do not like. Did not know that. I don't know how I didn't know that. I've owned this book since July of 2020. I do a very silly thing where in the very front of my book I put a sticky note that says the month and year that I got it, just because I like to know. And then also, even though my TBR is set up from like oldest to newest books to my shelves, it's still like, if I take books off and then put them back on, like they're on my TBR for the month or something, so they're sitting somewhere else and then I have to put them back, I can never remember like where they should go. So that's why I do that. So I know that this I've owned since July of 2020. So one of the oldest books on my TBR, did not know it was written in letters. But that being said, I think it feels more diary-esque than letters. And it's not like back and forth letters, so that helps. Those are the ones that I really struggle with. That being said, there are books that I've read that I have enjoyed that have that format. It's just they're fighting an uphill battle with me when that's the case. So, but I think because it feels more like a diary, it's okay. I have a feeling it's going to be like a big thing when we find out like why he's writing these letters and who they're going to. But yeah, so far doing all right. Oh, let me know. Oh, this is for National Book Festival. Oh, now I really want to go. Maybe next year. That would be super fun. I would love to like start like traveling to like major book events and stuff. I think that would be so fun. Hi, Marcella. Welcome. Eating lunch. Great. I only wanted to read the first page of my spin book, and now I'm 2 chapters in. I mean, that's a good sign. I think I could keep reading mine, but I don't think I'm in like a start a book headspace right now. And so I'm having kind of a hard time with that. So I'll probably switch to House of Beth and work on that. But I am glad that I got it started and I have like a feel for it. Ooh, sprints are going well. Good. Making progress on Flashlight by Susan Choi, hoping to make a huge dent in it today. Awesome. Sprints are a great time for that. My first real sprint, and I dozed off several times. I am reading Oldest Living Confederate Widow Tells All, a great book, but just so meaty. Oh, interesting. Oh, I kind of want to look into that. But yeah, fair. That does sound like a book that one might fall asleep to. Even I was getting sleepy, but I think that's just because I hadn't had any coffee yet, and so I ended up making coffee, not tea. And I'm hoping that that's gonna get me there. It's still so hot though, so I haven't been able to drink very much of it. But yeah, I was sleepy, which is also why I don't think I can like start a book right now. I got through 30 more pages, now on 105, and Lo is already making stupid decisions. It is not a thriller mystery novel if the female protagonist is not making the dumbest decisions you've ever heard of. I feel like that is just a staple in which, so I love thrillers, but I just always assume I'm not gonna like the main character. Especially if it's a woman, because I feel like, I don't know, there's some like thing that authors do with women it as the main characters of thrillers. They're always so unlikable. That being said, maybe men are too. I just never read thrillers where the lead's a man. I don't like them. So maybe it's really just all main characters of thriller novels are good. The only one I can think of that I read with a male main character or like protagonist was Middle of the Night by Riley Sager, which I didn't really like. And I think a large part of that was the main character. So I don't know. Maybe I'm more forgiving for unlikable female main characters. Who knows? But I feel like in general, thriller main characters are always making some weird decisions. 28 pages of The Veiled Throne while cooking dinner. Nice job. I have so many other books to finish. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even want to think about my... I wish you guys could see Zuko right now. He's being so weird. He was being so weird that whole sprint. It's because I have this shirt on the back of this. He really likes the feel of it. And so he like tries to lay across here, but then I have to sit like really upright because he's also using my body to like stay up there. But yeah, I also have a lot of books to finish. But I'm really only focused on House of Beth and Left Hand of Darkness before Booker, and that's what I'm telling myself. It's okay if I don't finish the other books. Everything else can be put on pause. It's raining outside and it feels like fall. Oh, perfect weather for reading. I am so excited for fall. Like, it is cool to actually enjoy summer somewhere. Because summer in Florida is not an enjoyable experience. It's something that you get through. It's something that you put up with and you survive. It rains every day, like torrential downpour rain, like every day, starting at 5 o'clock. And besides that, it's just like insanely humid. And there's no break from it. It does not get cooler at night. I mean, it gets like maybe 5 degrees cooler, but not enough to feel like anything. So it is really cool to live in a place where like summer is fun and like there are summer activities and people like want to be outside for it. But I just love the other seasons that I never got to experience. At least while living in Florida, I got to experience them in Indianapolis, but even they're better here than in Indianapolis. But mostly because it's drier here. So it just feels nicer. And so I'm already so excited for fall again. Got through 40-ish pages of The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny. Lovely so far, despite Sonia's sorrow. I feel like this whole thing was like a tongue twister for some reason. Currently in chapter 8 of Beloved. It's very well written, but also quite a harrowing read, which of course is the point. Yeah, I have a hard time reading Toni Morrison for the same reason. But man, she's a great author. Like, it's so good, but it just puts me in like a place that's I can't always handle. I started The Uncensored Picture of Dorian Gray, liking it so far. What in the world is that? The Uncensored Picture of Dorian Gray. Okay, I have to know. Is it just like a spin-off, a retelling? Oh. Wait, is it the same? Oh, wait, how did I not know any of this about it? Okay. So it's like the original version? Do I need to read a different version of this book? Because I own the portrait of Dorian Gray. Okay, I need more information, but I'm glad for your comment because that got me looking into it. I read precisely 0 pages, had to make food, but now I've eaten and I'm ready for the next sprint. Perfect. Got through 30 pages and immediately remembered why I love Isabel Canis's writing. All good. Hi, Elizabeth. Dropping in. We're on our way to the beach, listening to Matilda to my husband's chagrin. Oh my gosh, Curtis hasn't read or seen Matilda, and I really need to take care of that. Um, the spin prompt will hopefully motivate me to read Human Animal, which has a freaky cow's head. You got this. Maybe not a beach day read, but at some point during the month. The oldest ones on my TBR have been there for about 15 years. Before I discovered BookTube, I was really working on, I wanted to have like read all the books that I owned, which is silly. That's no longer a thing that I want to do. But at the time, like that was something that I really wanted. And so I was really focusing in on that. And I like figured out how many of them I would have to read per month in a year to finish them out. And then I discovered BookTube and I ended up buying a lot more books, but I still stayed on track with reading the older books on my TBR. And so that really helped. And it was technically 2019 that my spending habits for books started increasing. It's a very nice way to say it. And because that was when I started watching. And then in 2020, I made my own channel. So continued. But I've still been attempting to finish the oldest books on my TBR. But now it does align with when I started my channel, 2020. But by the end of this year, I should have read all of the books I own from 2020 and a good chunk of the ones from 2021. And then hopefully next year, I'll focus on the rest of the ones from 2021. And it'd be cool to also do 2022, but I don't know how possible that is actually. Yeah, I think there's only going to be 7 books left on my TBR from 2021. And then I can't tell where I have these little markers, but I can't find the marker that's between 2021 and 2022. So I don't know how many are there for that. But if I could always be at least doing the oldest year, then at least I'm not getting any worse. That's what I'm telling myself. I've started with a productivity sprint. Awesome. As I have a webinar I need to watch, but I'll be reading Spell Shop, which I've started, which has a winged cat on the cover. Oh, perfect. I think somebody else was reading Spell Shop in here actually last week. And it sounds really good. Decided to read Buddha. It was a good decision. Yay. We helped. It would be pretty funny if you fell asleep in the sprints. Yeah, that's something that I can't do. I mean, I do have the trundle bed behind me, but yeah. It helps that I'm sitting in my office chair. I have thought about, it'd be really cool to have like a 2-camera setup to where like I could go back there and have like a different angle for during the reading sprints, but I do worry that I would just fall asleep. We're expecting 3 days of 95 plus temperatures starting tomorrow. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. How is it here? What is the weather here? I feel like this past week has been generally pretty nice. A little overcast, but like cooler temperature wise. Oh, today the high is 96. Tomorrow it's 97. But then after that, it dips back down. So not too bad. Oh, yay. Welcome. Reading Fourth Wing, basic. I know that's okay. I have read Fourth Wing and I loved Fourth Wing. So we do not judge here. But yeah, I've read all of the Fourth Wing series and I had a lot of fun the whole time. I think the first one's still my favorite. Yeah, the first one's still my favorite. The third one is my second favorite. And the second is my, I don't want to say least favorite. I still liked it. I think some people didn't like it as much, or it was like a bigger drop off from the first for them. But I thought it was still really great, and it felt right for a second. But I think second books in series are like the hardest ones to write, because especially when you're setting things in a school setting and things like that, because like you have to change things up, and it's hard to do that, but then also still capture like the love that everybody had for the first one. My physical TBR contains 14 books, so I choose books I don't own for the spin. Oh, wow. Only 14 books. That's impressive. I don't want to say how many I have. I feel like it's actually not that bad compared to other booktubers, especially ones that have been doing it for like over 5 years. But it's a lot. But I have been working on it a lot this year, and I'm really excited to do a video specifically about it. But it probably won't be until after Booker. Well, I might do like a more relaxed version of it for Patreon first, or just like chat through it or something. But I've been making progress. I've been doing a pretty good job, and I'm excited to share the progress that I've made. So I did not read a book from the prompt because I really had to make progress on it. What was the prompt again? Will it be the same for next sprint? Yes. Yeah. So this is the prompt, a book with an animal or person on the cover. And this is the prompt for August. So not everybody starts their TBR spin book in the sprints. I always do, mostly just because it like gets me to actually read the book before, the next time we're spinning. So I found that really helpful because I didn't always do a good job of like prioritizing the book in the past. Also, this is the first year that I've done sprints for it throughout the year. But yeah, so this is just the prompt that we have for August as a whole. So there's definitely people that like will just be reading whatever they were reading anyways. I'm going to switch back to what I was already in the middle of and away from my book that's for this prompt. But you have plenty of time if you want to partake. Okay, now I lost my spot. Oh, there it is. The oldest book on my TBR I bought in 2016. Not bad. I feel like a lot of people have like books, like very old books. I think there was a period of time where I had to be like super serious with myself because I had some books that I had owned for like since I was in like high school, middle school, that I was like, okay, are you really going to read this though? And I had to really think about that. And that was like kind of the first step towards being like, okay, now I can try to read the oldest books on my TBR. I'm trying to read all the books I own, and if I can hit 10 each month for the rest of the year, I'll be done. Oh my gosh, Kim, that's awesome. If not, I will hopefully finish in 2026, which is still huge. Yeah, that's great. Oh, I hope you can do it. That's awesome. I do love seeing other people that are able to do it. I don't think there will ever be a time. I think my ideal would be like 50 books on my TBR, so that I always have like a good collection to pull from, but it's not like I don't have books that are sitting on there forever. A lot of content was removed from the original story of Dorian Gray when it was first published due to the time period. Okay, I do think I'm going to have to get the uncensored version. The editor feared it would be too offensive and there would be backlash. Oh, okay. I'm so glad that you commented about this, because I do have the Portrait of Dorian Gray, which I think I just got from like a book library. I didn't like purchase it. I just happened to see it in a little library and I knew it was on my 100 books bucket list poster. So I like grabbed it, but I still haven't read it. Actually, that's probably at this point one of the oldest books on my TBR too. Oh yeah. It's one of my 2021 books. Oh, wow. So yeah, it's one of the oldest, but I definitely want to read the uncensored version. I did zero TBR multiple times to get it there. I mean, very impressive. If Hugh Grant can fall asleep at Wimbledon in front of the world, there's no shaming in falling asleep in a live sprint. I feel like, yeah, probably the alarm would be enough to wake me up, or like the little sound that plays. It does. Sometimes it scares me a little bit. I tried to pick like the least obtrusive sound for like the timer being up, and still it scares me sometimes. Hi, Nicole. Oh, glad you're here. If anybody doesn't know and you're like just getting into sprint time, because I feel like this is a lot of people's first sprint today, Nicole does sprints on Mondays, right? And you do it like for a lot longer than I do it. And I am usually hanging out there for at least part of the time. Cleaning up and listening to my Antonia. Awesome. Hi, everyone new here also. Oh, welcome, Carol. Just finished Dungeon Crawler Carl. Cat. Yep, that works. Now starting Hush Hush. Oh, how'd you like Dungeon Crawler Carl? I love it. We are expecting thunderstorms this afternoon. Perfect for reading. That's great. Yes, hi's to Nicole. Okay, yes, Mondays, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that's Eastern time that you're on. My ideal would be 50 books too, but currently I would be happy with a 2-digit number. Same. I actually don't know what my total number is right now, like since I've been doing better. But I know that I started this year with 150, and then I went up to like, I think the highest that I got was at like 170 or something, maybe 175. Okay, Eastern Daylight. Thank you. So, yeah, if people want to come do more sprints, I use them like during my workday even as like productivity sprints. It's great. I have to enthusiastically unhaul at the start of the year anything that I'm just not excited by to keep my TBR in check. Yeah, I was glad that I did the try a chapter unhaul, because I think there was quite a few that had been lingering that I wasn't sure about. And also it really helped because like, what was the romance book that I read, that The Spanish Love Deception? I thought, I was like, meh, I don't really care anymore. But then I read the first chapter and I was like, actually, I really want to read this. And I did, and I ended up really liking it. So it was like good in both directions. I was able to unhaul some books that I wasn't excited about anymore, or maybe was never even like that excited about, but I thought maybe I could be in a certain mood or something. But yeah, I have to do the same thing. Loved it. Instantly bought the second book, thinking of changing my name to Princess Donut. It's a great name. Yeah, I did the same thing. I think I bought the second book when I was like just finishing the first book, and then I did the same for the third book and the same for the fourth book. And now that's where I'm at right now. Is I'm technically in the middle of the fourth book, although I think I'm putting it on pause while I focus on some other reading, because it really took over my reading. And I know that I'm not going to be able to keep it up while reading the books that are long listed for the Booker Prize. So I'm going to have to tell my reading group, because I was in it with a reading group and it took over all of our reading lives, really. But I'm going to have to tell them to go on without me. I don't know how I do it, but my TBR is always 30 books no matter how much I read. That's a good number though. I feel like 30 is super commendable. And still like a good amount to where like you have a good you have a good like mix of things to read and to like pick from, but it's not like overwhelming. Like I feel like my TBR is overwhelming. If I look too hard at it, I get overwhelmed. My library has no late fees and allows me to check out 50 books at a time, so that slows down my progress on books I own. Yeah, my library, I think it allows, so I'm still a member of my library from Florida, and then I'm a member of my library here. And so I think I'm allowed 40 books here and 30 books there. But I do a lot of, and I don't think they have late fees, but they do have like deadlines. So I usually, get it back to them so the next person can get it. Cause there have been books that I've waited for so long on. But I actually more often am getting books from the library that I already own, but I want an ebook of so that I can read it in bed or like on the go easier on my Kobo, or the audiobook to be able to like switch back and forth. So I don't a ton of the time, or I would say like 75% of the books I get from the library are books that I actually like own a physical copy of, but I just want in a different format for while I'm reading it. And then there are some books. Like I was in there the other day and they had God of the Woods just sitting there. Just sitting. It's God of the Woods. I feel like that the wait list on that was so long the first time I looked, and then and it was just there. But I didn't do it though. I feel like I will never finish my TBR, but it's not my fault. If they would just stop writing new books, I could do it. For real. This whole thing where they come out with new books every year is really quite rude. If we could just stop for like 2 years, everybody read down their TBR. England just scored. Oh, nice. Women's Euros final. Well, congrats to them. I do have to turn it in if someone else requests it. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's good that you know that though. So sometimes I have to move those books forward. It doesn't tell me that if like somebody else is waiting on it for mine. So I always just get nervous. I'm just like, here, take it back. But that's good that you can tell. Cause yeah, I would definitely like keep the books if like I knew nobody else was waiting for it anyway. Alrighty, let's go ahead and do another sprint. So I am going to be switching to House of Beth, which I'm actually really looking forward to. I've been enjoying this one quite a bit. It's different than I expected based off what the synopsis is, but I'm still really liking it. So that's good. I am also distracted with sports. The Tour de France arrived in Paris. Oh, I used to watch that like every year. My dad was really into cycling. He's still like into it a bit, but just like not at the level that he was at before. So he was always watching it. And so when it was like on, it was just like on the TV for like the entire time. Alrighty, let's get into it. Happy reading, everybody. Okay. Another sprint. I made some good progress in mine. I'm at 55% now. And I think I started at page 167 and I'm on 214 now. And it's good. I really like this. I don't know who I would recommend it to, but I feel like it's similar to Victorian Psycho in some ways, but I think that it does it better. But it's not like over the top. I don't know how to describe this book. um Basically it's about this woman who she's living in New York, she's working in the publishing industry, and then she all of a sudden like quits her job. Actually, I don't think she really quits. She just like leaves. She just like stops showing up. She breaks up with her girlfriend and she goes back to her hometown and is just like staying at her dad's old house that he's not even like in anymore. Uh, and she ends up reconnecting with her childhood best friend, and his wife has just passed away, like maybe 6 months before, I want to say. And he has 2 children, and she kind of just like slots into his life. uh, but like she's also got like a lot of struggles that she's got mentally, and he doesn't know any of it. Which it seems like she tries to hide it from basically everyone. So there are very few people that know about it or know the extent of it. Like maybe they know a little piece of it. Like maybe they know she has OCD, but they don't know like, how that manifests in her personally and like the other stuff around that. But now she's like almost like this trad wife situation because she doesn't have a job. She's like taking care of the kids. She's taking care of like the housework and stuff. So she went from like like one life to a completely different life. But then also it's called House of Beth because Beth is the former wife or the wife that passed away. And her like presence is meant to like permeate every aspect of the house. Or at least that's kind of how it's described in the synopsis. But I feel like that's not quite the feeling that you get, or at least it's portrayed in a very different way than I expected, but I'm liking. Alrighty. Where was I? Okay. Detained is not the book I need right now. That's okay. maybe time for something else. 27%, awesome. 27 pages. 45 pages, very good. Also made good progress. Do you have any plans for the rest of the day? Yeah, I'll probably work on my next YouTube video and work on editing that. We might go fly kites depending on if the wind picks up. So we're like on call for that. Although a park that'll be way better for flying kites that's closer to us is opening back up to like the general public next week. Right now, you can only do like scheduled stuff. So it's just like scheduled games and everything, which I'd never heard of for a park before. But turns out it's literally just because people weren't picking up after their dogs. So I understand why they made that decision, but it does stink. So yeah, we might do that. But other than that, yeah, that's probably it. And just like getting ready for the week ahead. I really should do some like cleaning around the house, but I don't super feel like it. But I do have the audiobook for The Left Hand of Darkness, so maybe I will. Very Rebecca-esque. Yeah, I haven't read Rebecca. I own it. I'm going to read it at some point. But I know what the vibes are meant to be and like the synopsis of it. So yeah, that's reading the synopsis of this because the publisher reached out to me with 2 books that they had coming out around this time. I think both of them. I can't remember the name of the other book, but they were just like, "Oh, would you be interested in like reading either one of these?" And I really liked the synopsis of House of Beth. So I said yes to that one, and I'm liking it quite a bit, which is great. It's really nice to be reading an early release that like not a lot of people have heard of, and also really like it, because then I'm like, oh, now I can talk about this and like bring something to the table. 45% left in my book, so I don't think I'll be able to finish it in the next sprint, which might be the last, I guess. Yeah, I think that the next one will be the last one. I also might nap today. I'm still feeling tired. Although the coffee is helping. I feel better than I did the first sprint. I also think it helps like reading a book that I'd already started and like was in. Read 20 pages. Awesome. Taking notes too as buddy reading it. Yes, it always slows me down. Read Brighter Than Flame, Swifter than Flame, and read 25%. Great job. That's some great progress. Just finished reading during this sprint The Hours by Michael Cunningham, and I'm digesting it. Might be one of the smartest books I've ever read, but I'm heartbroken. Oof. Yeah, I've read some books like that. There are some that like I automatically get like severe book hangover. I feel like pretty easily, especially for like thinkers and like heartbreaking books. And then I have like a really hard time like switching over into something else. About 50% into Teller of Small Fortunes. Great job. There's something about getting to that 50% mark where it's like, oh, because I just passed the 50% mark in this, and now I'm like, oh, now I'm just reading the last half. I can just go for it. 16% into a new book, The Ethics of Ambiguity by Simone de Beauvoir. Is that how it's pronounced? And then got a little distracted and placed a hold. Nice. I mean, that makes sense to me. I did end up looking up the new events happening at the Boulder bookstore, but there wasn't anything that jumped out at me. But that is how I got distracted. Hi, Emily. Glad you're here. Correction, Brighter Than Scale, Swifter Than Flame. Okay. I was like, apparently reading too many words and can't type well. You know what? I read too many words and I can't speak well, so I never know if it's me or the comment. But that's I was just thinking the other day about how I found out about her kid, and I was like, is that a typo? What is that? Is that something I'm supposed to know about? And now it's my whole personality. So don't come for me, but I thought Rebecca was only okay. I won't, because I haven't read it. Maybe sometime in the future I will. But I also want to read Deep Water by her. Is that what it's called? Something like that. Something water. I feel like I've talked about it before in sprints, and somebody had to tell me what the name of it was because I could not remember. I'm 44% finished with my book, and one of the plot points in the summary still hasn't come up. It feels like they put a big spoiler on the cover. I hate that. That really bugs me. I usually only read now like I read the first paragraph of synopses, and I never read past that. I think part of it is because I feel like a lot of books throw spoilers in the synopses, and part of it is because I can usually tell pretty quickly if it's something that I want to read. But I still, even with doing that, I still have gotten spoiled for things based off like the first paragraph on the back. I loved Rebecca, but also hadn't heard any hype for it before I read it, so was not influenced by expectations. Oh, yeah, I think that's partially why I've been waiting to read it. I had it, I think, on my fall TBR last year, or if not, then I was heavily considering it. I think it was on the TBR, but I think it was so hyped that I really struggled with the idea of actually reading it. But now I think I'm getting removed enough from that, because I feel like it had a like resurgence, and probably a lot of that was, I know that there was a movie adaptation that came out about it. I think there like a Taylor Swift album where like one of the songs might reference it or was inspired by it or something like that. So I feel like that did something in bringing back up the hype for it. But I think that now I'm getting like removed enough from that I can kind of see it as its own thing again, which is helpful. Picked up a book I had started before vacation, Into the Forest, a nonfiction story of the Holocaust. Ooh, I did not fall asleep at all this time. Good. Got just about 20 pages, and now I'm at 14%. Nice. That was me with The Unbearable Lightness of Being, strong book hangover, and I just wanted to reread it because it made me think of other favorites. Yeah, there's been quite a few. What books have I gotten a good book hangover? I would like to open this question up with everybody. I want to know the books that have given you the biggest book hangover. I know the Overstory actually. Oh, Real Life. Real Life gave me a book hangover, which wasn't good because I was reading Booker books, and that was only like the second or third one that I read that year. But what else? I think anytime I finish a Robin Hobb trilogy, book hangover. Oh, Burnham Wood. I still talk about Burnham Wood all the time. Like when I talk about like the way I say it when I meet people in real life, and wind up talking about YouTube is that I review books online, because saying it any other way feels very weird to me. Like saying booktuber to people that don't know about booktube, like that feels weird. But then whenever I say that, they undoubtedly are like, oh, what's a book you would recommend? Excuse me. What's a book you would recommend? And I always say Burnham Wood. That's like my go-to now. I really loved it. My Cousin Rachel by her is really good. I feel like, I mean, I know I didn't read it. I don't think I realized that was by her. I think that this was like a book club book for my Florida book club a long time ago, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But I do want to read this one as well. Haven't watched the new movie. Is this for Rebecca or for my cousin Rachel? Maybe Rebecca was only okay with me because I saw the twist coming. That can be tough. Switching to physical book, Julia. Nice. Rebecca was absolutely amazing. Loved the writing, but of course we don't all like the same books. Yeah, it happens, unfortunately. It'd be so nice, but it does keep the conversation more interesting when there's differences of opinions. Oh yeah, the spoiling things in the synopsis. Agreed. Oh, that's a great one. Invisible Man gave me a book hangover. You know what? I think I would have to agree. Although I read it in high school, this is a book I really want to reread. But this book, I feel like changed my reading trajectory like as a reader. Because for that class, we Invisible Man was like the main focus of that class. Like it was an English class and we read like widely, but we spent the most amount of time with the Invisible Man, and like the way that we talked about it, and like we did this like art project that went along with it as like a way of, but it was like the whole class working together on it. It was like almost this like collage style. It was the coolest thing. Honestly, this teacher crushed it with this. And I didn't even really like that teacher very much, but he was a good teacher. like, and I just like I don't know, the way that we talked about it, it made me, I feel like, appreciate books more going forward because of the conversations around that book, if that makes sense. Great pick. Question of German Guilt by Carl Jaspers gave me a book hangover, definitely. Ooh. I like the title. That is a very intriguing one. Maybe I'll start a new book in the next sprint. I have Sally Rooney, Beautiful World, Where Are You? Or The School for Good Mothers by Jessamine Chan on my August TBR. I feel like we need another book poll. I feel like we have to. And you're free to do whatever you want, Angie, but but maybe this will help you. The Beautiful World, Where Are You? I've read one of them. I almost don't want to say because I didn't like it. Okay. There we go. That's for everybody. Okay. I mean, I'll say I read The School for Good Mothers, and I didn't like it, and I think it was more disappointing for me than anything else because I really wanted to like it, and there was a lot about it that I thought I would like, if that makes sense. And then I didn't, and that was really disappointing. But it was very readable. I haven't read Beautiful World, Where Are You? I've only read one Sally Rooney. I just felt really meh about it. And so therefore haven't felt compelled to pick up anything else. I feel like A Man Called Uva gave me a book hangover. Oh, yeah. I think I've read that book like 3 times. Unintentionally. I don't know why I would do that to myself mentally, but and The Raven Scholar as well. Ooh, book hangovers, Babel. I haven't read Babel, but I do really want to. And The Vanishing Half. I did read The Vanishing Half. I don't think that one gave me a book hangover. I don't think that I liked it as much as other people did. It was like middle of the road for me though. I didn't dislike it. Still think about them all the time. That's a great feeling. Ooh, The Employees by Olga Ravin. Still think about that all the time. Probably bring it up too much in these streams. I still can't believe I unhauled that book. I want to reread it. If on a Winter's Night, A Traveler by Calvino. If you like books about reading and storytelling, this is for you. Ooh. It's not something that I like go towards like when I hear a books about storytelling, but I do think I have a good track record with them. Oh, House of Leaves. Yeah, I would agree with that. This one gave me a book hangover. I love House of Leaves. So, such an interesting book. So interestingly told. The Lilac People by Milo Todd. Oh, I hear so many people talk like so amazingly about it. I should really read that one. Ooh, second, If on a Winter's Night, A Traveler. That book title is hard to say when you're just reading it out. Lonesome Dove. Also second, Annie Robin Hobb. Yes. Love her. I haven't read a Lonesome Dove though. Oh, the Bodeka series. Will any series ever match up to it? I believe that this is on my wish list because of you, actually. Oh, Human Acts by Hong Kong. I feel like a lot of people would probably say several books by Hong Kong. How dystopian would it be if we all liked the same book? Someone needs to write that. Yeah, that would feel very dystopian. And I think we would all need to start questioning what was going on. Like that would be the thing that would need to happen in order to make me a conspiracy theorist. It's like that's my line. I've decided. The book I always recommend is The House in the Cerulean Sea. It gave me all the feels, and I love the lessons in humanity, acceptance, and unconditional love. I still sigh when I think about it. Aw. I did read House in the Cerulean Sea. That one I think was like a 3-star for me. But T.J. Klune is an author that I really want to love. But I think there's just like a little disconnect there that I still haven't figured out how to explain. From school curriculum, it was What Is to Be Done. I don't think I've heard of that one. I'm trying to think school curriculum wise. I mean, obviously Invisible Man, but also The Power of One by, who's that by? Bryce Courtney, maybe? That one. Man. And then I reread it when I was older too. Beautiful World is my favorite Sally Rooney. Oh, is that a controversial opinion? I don't think I know the opinions enough around Sally Rooney anymore. What is generally the most loved Sally Rooney? Is it Normal People? Or Intermezzo. I forgot about Intermezzo. Love the Vanishing Half. Thanks for the poll. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And actually, let's see. Oh, it is close. Wait, maybe I should keep it going for a little bit. I'm going to keep it going for a little bit longer. We'll see. Keep mentioning it because I definitely need to read it one day. Okay, fine. I'll keep talking about the employees. Definitely agree about House of Leaves. Yeah, so good. Italo Calvino is one of my favorite authors of all time. Invisible Cities and Marco Valdo are my favorites. I haven't read anything by them. Where's my phone? Huh. I don't know where I put my phone. Okay. Well, that's okay. I usually sort through these for book recommendations afterwards. I go through all the comments. So I'll have to remember. I'll go with Sally Rooney. Loved her book so far. Okay, good. That one did technically win. Ooh, and it got a little bit less close. Okay. That's the official result. 58% for Beautiful World. Where Are You? Perfect. I've read Sally Rooney before, books before, and felt like they weren't for me. I attempted to read Intermezzo this year and enjoyed some of it, but I think I wasn't in the mood for it, so I DNF'd it for now. Yeah, that's how I kind of feel, but I've only read Normal People. So I don't know. I might end up giving her another shot, or giving another one of her books a shot at some point, but I don't know when. It always amazes me that TJ Klune has managed to erase his debut novel that was horribly racist and misogynistic from the universe. Whoa, I did not know that I don't know what his debut novel is. Crazy too, considering what he writes like now. Interesting. I have Wolf Song by him and the second book from that series because I have no self-control. And even though I rated the only book I'd read by him a 3, I still for some reason decided to get 2 books from the same series by him. So yeah, we'll see. At least Wolf Song, it's good for one of the prompts for her kid, so that's good. Oh, most of the others of his works don't, or her works don't work for you, though her new work sounds promising, but Human Acts is very normal compared to most of her work, but just absolutely horrifying. Interesting. I feel that The House in the Cerulean Sea would be a good one for me soon, as I'm in need of comfort reads. I do think it's a very comforting read. Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like I understand House on the Cerulean Sea enough to be able to like know who to recommend it to and like what feeling to recommend it in. Like I feel like I know a lot of people in my life that would really love the book, even though it was just a 3 for me. Blindness by Jose Saramago would be the school curriculum one, and university probably Never Let Me Go. Ooh, Never Let Me Go. I feel like someday I'm going to have to rank all of my Kazuo Ishiguros because honestly, it's like Remains of the Day, and then I have no idea after that how, like, where I would put them compared to each other. That would take some thinking. And I still haven't read An Artist of the Floating World. Is that going to come up next? Ooh, no. I thought that was a 2021 book, but that's a 2022 book for when I purchased it, not when it was published. I think Normal People and Beautiful World tend to be people's favorites. Okay. I had a feeling about Normal People. Yeah, I think Normal People is probably most loved. That's how and I think that's also why I tend to not want to pick up her other books, because that was the one that I read. And I was like, if I don't like that one, I lost my phone earlier today and then I sat on it later. Maybe I'm sitting on it. Nope. I literally how do I lose something? It's got to be in the kitchen. Maybe I left it in the kitchen when I made coffee. That was so long ago, though. It just like surprises me that I could like not think about it that whole time, especially in this, because usually that's how I like look up things. I was talking to a friend. We were asked the question: if you were kidnapped but could send messages on social media, what messages would you send so someone knew something was wrong? Oh my gosh, that's a great question. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I really wanna think about that though. That's a great, like, conversation piece too. Oh, I'm reading Normal People next week for a book club. Well, I hope you like it. A lot of, Italo Calvino is quite short, novellas and shorter novels, great for a readathon. Ooh, okay. Or to kick off some of the books for your reading challenge, or check off, not kick off. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I am interested in that. I feel like short books tend to get high ratings for me, and I don't know why that is, but there's something about when you can do a short book well, I mean, it's ugh. My social media message would be, "I think I'm ready to reread Moby Dick now." Yeah, is there a book like that? Um, where no, I can't think of any any book that's, like, super long or something, or, like, that I famously what's a book that I that is well known that I don't like? I can't think of one. I feel like at a different time during YouTube, it would have been what was that Patricia Lockwood book about the internet? I can't remember, but that one, I feel like for a period of time, I was really known for not liking that book. But that's the only one I can think of, and I feel like there's not one now that I can think of anyway. I think Normal People was so successful because it was a lighter read for litfic girlies and had more hearty/real commentary for romance readers. It was marketed to both types of readers. Yeah, that's a good call, because I do think that it probably got some romance readers, like, into literary fiction more, and then, yeah, it was also, like, kind of a nice lighter thing. Maybe I would like it more now. I feel like when I read it, I wasn't reading a ton of literary fiction, but then one would think that that would have helped me get there. I don't know. Everyone online says his debut novel was Bear, Otter, and Kid, but I have his actual debut on an ebook somewhere. Oh, his response to criticism in 2010 was, "I can't be racist because I'm gay." Oh, okay. Just two completely separate things. Well, we can hope that he has grown from from that. But man. Mine would be Untamed by Glennon Doyle. I haven't read it. Oh, I I will never be ready to read Moby Dick. Eventually, it's on that 100 books bucket list poster, and I'm gonna read through those books if it kills me. Even though I don't even agree with a lot of them that are on there. I'm starting to think, like, I don't agree that The Help was on there now that I've read it. Um, and there's a few others that I mean, I do think it was made quite a while ago, but there are some out of pocket picks on that thing. Like, oh, what was it? I can't remember. I don't know. I have to look more. It did help me sleep though. I was reading uh on on the train, so it was dangerous. Yeah, maybe that's when I'll take it up, is when I need help falling asleep. I can't remember that title of the Lockwood book, but she has a new one coming out about the pandemic. Maybe it'll be good. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people liked the book that I didn't like. I just really didn't like it. And I worry about something else that she's writing about a more recent topic, just based off of how the internet one felt. And the most annoying people about Normal People and convos with friends or conversations with friends is that they didn't say what they mean or speak with honesty. So there's a lot of annoying miscommunication. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that that's the point, but it still didn't mean that I liked it. Think of me when you're reading the chapter about every different type of harpoon. That that kinda sounds like, talking about War and Peace and and the chapters where it's literally all war tactics or, um, or the very long, thought experiments on who gets to tell history. That is the amount that Tolstoy can go in on that. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I love War and Peace. Like, as a whole, because that's such a small percentage when you think of the whole thing. But when you're in it, it lasts a long time. Let me say that I was definitely rooting for the whale by the end. I have heard that comment from people. I know. I don't know when I'm gonna be ready to read that one. I have a feeling it's not gonna happen until it's been on my TBR for long enough to make it onto TBR Spin. So where even is it? It's getting close. I don't think it'll make it onto next year's, but the year after. So it'll probably be a good 2 years before I read Moby Dick. I don't know. Maybe it'll make it on my 26 books to read in 2026, which eventually I'm gonna have to not do that because it's gonna start to get to be like too many books to try to put on one list for the year. There's a book coming out next year that is marketed as Moby Dick in Space that for 1 second had made me think, do I need to reread Moby Dick? Okay, so are you in trouble? Because per your own comment earlier, now I'm worried for your safety. Now I'm curious about your poster of reading books. You do not need to read Moby Dick, by the way, just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, some of them, I do like that there are like some lighter books on there and like it does mix it up. It had The Kite Runner, which I read last month and really loved. I don't think it has Perks of Being a Wallflower, but I have a movie version of the same thing. Actually, let me get it. I feel like I talk about it all the time and I never show it. Okay, this is the poster. I know that you obviously can't see all of them, but this is about the progress that I've made. I'm planning on making a video about it soon, and talking a little bit more in depth and maybe like also including which ones were kind of like wins for me. But what was the one that I was like, really, I'm less into the idea of reading. Where is it? Oh, they have the entire Winnie the Pooh collection just for fun. Memoirs of a Geisha. I don't know how I feel about that one. I do think that when I read it, I'm going to have to also read the book by the woman that it is based off of, because it feels weird to read a book that's like called Memoirs of somebody and like it's not by the person, it's by like some dude, you know? But I do own that one already. That was another one that I think I got that from like a thrift store for like $1. It was great. But yeah, that's one that I am. Oh, fun fact, that's why I have the girl with the dragon tattoo. That's one of the ones on this. Actually, quite a few of the books on my TBR spin are on this. Is there anything else that's weird that I am not a fan of needing to read besides Moby Dick? And also Tale of Two Cities, not super looking forward to reading that one. Okay, I think that's all that I can think of right now. I'm terrified to read Lolita because I feel like I've read a lot of modern books that reference Lolita. Like My Dark Vanessa, oof, which I liked, but also. I'm nervous to read another Haruki Murakami, Norwegian Woods on here. I've only read 1Q84 by him, but which I liked generally, but there were things about it that I really didn't like. So okay. Oh, now I put it on the floor and now the cats are already stepping on it. Um, oh, was it called Somebody Is Talking About? No, it was called No One Is Talking About This. That was the Patricia Lockwood book. Good call. Okay, that was enough to get me to remember. I knew it was like some weird phrase thing. I threw it across the room. You know what? Can't blame you. Yeah, I did not like that one. What was the other book that she wrote that like did really well? Did she write Priest Daddy? But yeah, I'll have to, I don't know. War and Peace is my favorite classic. Ooh, I don't know what my favorite classic is. I would need to think about that for a long time. Is it a small percentage though? It's the third and fourth volume. I guess maybe it's a small percentage of the time that I felt like, oh, this is taking too long. Versus, because when it starts, I was like into it. I was into those portions, and I thought that it was like interesting reading it. But after a while, your channel has been so helpful to me lately. Oh, I'm new here and I've been watching your backlog. Oh, that's so nice. It's refreshing that you read widely and not only new books. It's gotten me out of a massive slump. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. I'm so glad that you found the channel. Oh, that's so nice that you've like gone back and watched older videos too. I feel like my editing has definitely like gotten better since the beginning. So it does make me nervous to think about people watching my backlog, but I think generally they're still good. They're just not edited as nicely as I would now. If that makes sense. That 1 second my sanity was definitely in trouble. That 1 second. Oh. for Moby Dick. Oh. I'd love a hot takes video about the 100 books, either what you've read or anticipated reactions of those you haven't. Ooh, I like the idea of doing it like that. Yeah, I think I would want to cover the ones I'm most excited to read, the ones I'm least excited to read, the ones that I've loved so far, or like I feel like I haven't discovered any books from well, there are some books that I haven't heard of that are on this or hadn't heard of before seeing it, but I don't think I've read any of them, like purely because I saw it on the poster. But yeah, I think it could be a fun video. I did read it when I didn't know more about it, and I did like it. But yeah, the movie was also an absolute fave of mine. Is this, what one is that for? The Help, maybe? There's a book called Call Me Ishmael. It's supposed to be a female retelling of Moby Dick. Ooh, I like the idea of that. American Psycho probably also on there. Hated it. American Psycho is indeed on there. And in fact, I believe it is the only thing that is on both the 100 books bucket list poster and also the 100 movies bucket list poster. I do think that I have already seen the movie, but I wasn't super paying attention to it when I saw it. And also I was horrified by it because I was in high school when I saw it. It was a terrible idea. And I do blame my boyfriend at the time, my high school boyfriend. It was his fault, and I will never forgive him for it. Tale of the Two Cities is one of the better Dickens. Okay, good to know. I've only read Christmas Carol, and I liked it. So I like Moby Dick, but probably because it wasn't for school. That's my hope. I'm hoping that I'll like it because I'm like reading it separately. I don't know. I actually love Lolita, but it's a heavy read. The psychology is incredible. My Dark Vanessa is rumored to be a fictionalized version of the real memoir of excavation of Wendy Oritz. Ooh. Okay, I might have to look into that. But I did really like My Dark Vanessa, and I think I'll like Lolita. I'm just scared of it. Okay, yeah, Priest Daddy. I feel like that one did really well for her. I feel like a lot of people really liked that one. Lolita is a really interesting book. If you give it a chance. Yeah, I will, because it's on that list. And I have been staring at that list for too long at this point to give up on it. Yes, we know that you like it. Nicole, I'm hoping to join you on that. I've actually been running out of your backlog in my marathon of your channel. Excited for new content, no pressure. Oh my gosh, that's awesome though. Oh, you're too hard on yourself. Nobody watches your channel because of the editing. You're here because of you. I just I think sometimes when I go back and like watch my older stuff, it's just like the pauses and stuff that I'm like, oh, I just want to like cut that out. Just get to the point. But yeah, that's probably more of a personal thing. It's like whenever you like make anything like creative and like you can see all the flaws in it, but other people like don't really care. Oh, for Memoirs of the Geisha. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I almost wish that I had read it without knowing, but I think that that's also good, and I think it'll be a good experience to read both of them and then talk about it. I feel like that could be a good video. I listened to American Psycho while playing Elden Ring. It was a mood. There's something about that that is so hilarious to me. Also, the fact that you could listen to a book while playing Elden Ring is impressive. um, yeah, I read the Shards and struggled, but I I did rate it pretty favorably. But I just really struggled with it, and I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna like American Psycho. You know, I have no idea. I have I'm just the Shards messed me up. The new Lockwood book is Will There Ever Be Another You? It's Booker eligible, please not again. Yeah, that would be the one way where I would be reading that book, as if it gets longlisted. I died a lot during, but then I always die a lot. Stupid people. Scorpion Bull. I know, like stupid purple scorpion bolt. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, where other people being were you playing with, you know? I feel like I know just enough about Elden Scroll or Elden Ring to get this. I did not play it myself, but I watched Curtis play it. And he loved it. He's very good at video games though. I could honestly like watch him play almost anything. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our last sprint. This was fun though. I really liked talking about our book hangover books. But and also it's always nice to remind myself that the book bucket list is there. And I did just scratch off because there was like 4 books that I read from it that I hadn't scratched off the thing yet. And I did just do that. So it was nice that it was like actually accurate to where I'm at right now. Also, for those of you that have read The Help, can I just tell you that the little icon that they put on the poster for The Help was a piece of pie. And the fact that they chose that to be, if you've read it, you know, the fact that they chose that to be the image for it, I can't. Or if you've watched the movie, I'm sure that it's in the movie too. I haven't watched it yet, but absolute insanity. Okay, anyways, now we can read. Happy reading, everybody. Okay. So that was the last sprint. I read some more of House of Beth, but then I also worked a little bit on scripting a portion that will need a script for my next video, which is good. That was needed. And it will hopefully get my brain going so that I can continue on to that even when we finish sprinting. But now I am 62% of the way into House of Beth. So I'm feeling like I could finish this pretty soon. And I'm liking it more. The longer this book goes on, the more I like it. Okay, Klaus. Okay. You trying to make all the noise? I forgot the last thing I said before we went on sprint was about the pie from the help. Yep. The Lockwood book is released on September 23rd. Are you going to pre-order it? No. If it's nominated for Booker, I'll read it. Or if people are like really into it, maybe then. I love Lockwood though. No one is talking about this is really good. I'm glad that you liked it. I unfortunately very much did not like that book. But I will maybe read from her again. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, you're probably gone by now, but thank you for being here. Also I found my book or my phone. I had dropped it. It was just under my desk. And then I picked it up and I have dropped it again since then. And I just left it there. Okay, Klaus, you can't just be walking all over the desk. He knows that it's getting close to food time. That's the problem. Actually, he's very right. It is past his lunchtime. But yes, I'm also glad that we don't all like the same books. It makes things way more fun. I reached 63%. I started at 45. Nice. So not bad. I've read 2 chapters in my new spin book. Perfect. I feel like you got a lot done then. And you're close to 2/3 of the way done with your book. So read a bit less this time as England just won the Euros on penalties. Oh, very exciting game. Another 26 pages of Veiled Throne. Ate a snack, moved cars around, read 20 pages. I don't know why it's funny to me, moved cars around. It's like as like a bullet in this list. Had dinner, then read some more of Beloved. Nice. Now I'm eating ice cream. Love it. Yes, Klaus is very cute. He gets into what we call bowling ball mode, which is when he just has no regard with the amount of space that he takes up and is just like jumping all over stuff. But yeah, he's most likely to be the one to remind you that it's food time. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong about it. Usually he's like an hour early, but he's correct now. Yeah, you can kind of tell because all 3, you can't really see Scout. She's directly behind me. All 3 cats are in here. That's how you know it's food time. They're like, excuse me. And Curtis isn't here. So they're like, it's you. Like, you need to feed us. Made it through 120 pages today. Gonna keep reading. Nice. Good. You got this. I looked up Italo Calvino based on the earlier comment, and I'm really intrigued. Ooh, they sound like fascinating books. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to look up when I found my phone. I don't know, it's somewhere below me again. I think I just need to stop putting it on this blanket. It's too slippery. I'm now over 50% finished with my book. I'm going to finish this chapter and then go pick up my holds at the library. Ooh, fun day. Love picking up holds at the library. 90 pages overall today. That's a good day. That's a good reading day. 38% into Veiled Throne now. Awesome. Past 1/3 of the way into it. Page 46 on the Sally Rooney book. I really like Sally Rooney. Or it's really, really Sally Rooney-like. It's really Sally. Why can I not read? It's really Sally Rooney-like. You have to be in the mood for it. Gladly I can switch between 6 of Crows and Sally Rooney. Ooh, yeah, that seems like a good mix-up. When I don't feel well, I buy books and eat ice cream. Me too. That is very accurate. Also popcorn. I am obsessed with popcorn. Like probably too much. I probably eat too much of it. But that's like my go-to comfort food. Ice cream is up there. But we got an ice cream maker, so now it's always like, oh, we should just make ice cream. But then you have to wait like a full day to actually eat it. So, and we have a really great ice cream place. It's within walking distance. That's like dangerous to have that close. It's incredible. But I have to not too much. I don't want to have their ice cream too much. But if I'm not feeling well, like obviously I'm going to. And then buying books is a given. Yeah, they are dropping heavy hints. They are not being subtle about it. Like, we're all here. What's going on? I'm now up to 22% thanks to the sprints that got me going. Good. Yeah, I'm glad that they could help. 135 in the Woman in Suite 11. I am hooked. Oh, that's good to know. Ugh. Can I fit this in? I think that it's unrealistic of me to think that before 7 a.m. on Tuesday, I will be able to finish House of Beth, The Left Hand of Darkness, and also read all of The Woman in Suite 11. But if I read the other two and I'm not actively reading anything else, like, I might as well pick it up, right? I want to so bad. Also, if I did read it now, I could use House of Beth towards a lot of other prompts besides the new release prompt. Like, I have options. I have more options with that book than I think that I would with the Ruth Ware. So, like, I feel like that's just being smart. Thank you. Yes, I agree. My cats are beautiful. I like that they all look a little slightly different. They're all very cute and they all have like their own quirks. Yeah, no worries. I can't wait for your sprints tomorrow. But yeah, that's going to do it today. Oh, Anne too. Anne will be there. But I think that that'll do it. Thanks everybody for joining on these sprints and for another spin of the wheel. Only 4 spins left this year, which is crazy. But I'm looking forward to it. Also, I am probably going to be going live Tuesday morning my time. But whatever, so it's 7 a.m. Mountain Time, whatever that is where you are. I'll schedule it. I just need to figure out what I'm going to do for a thumbnail for that because I don't just like have one ready. But I'll be going live for a reaction for the Booker Prize long list. So no sprints, but just seeing the long list together. Thanks, Sarah. as in you. Thanks to you too, Sarah. Thanks, Sam. Bye, all.